If we, I think there may have been, how are we following up with applicants if they aren't here? And at any point in this discussion, we have a question, a clarification, or,
I think as we go through these scores, if you have a question, we'll open it up. And if there's anyone here from that entity, they can answer the questions. If we have to meet again after today, then, and they're not here today, maybe they have a chance to follow up. But if we go through this today and we're finished and we actually score and finalize, then it's one and done and they miss their chance.
yeah, I just think we need to consider, as you're saying, when we reach those projects, just, it was, I think, difficult for some applicants to know when to show up if they were traveling from out of town. And, I think it being the first year we're doing this, and certainly as I went through this process, I appreciated that there were some things I wasn't quite clear on, that to be considerate of that, since especially we have multiple days scheduled, to allow them time to respond in some form or fashion. We don't need to say we'll meet again in a week and go all over this again, but just maybe if we broach that place, or they have the opportunity to come back and say, this was misunderstood, I missed something.
And I think you, unless there's something completely different that I'm missing, but if we say that this is how we understood it and we're approving it on this, I'm giving them complete approval on what they say,
Mhm.
even if they don't have, it's saying, I hope to have this money, or I hope to have this, and or whatever, I'm projected to have this. I'm saying, okay, you're projected to have that, and I'm approving it on that projection. If that doesn't come through, then that's an issue. So I don't want to say we're going to meet 5 times just in case somebody has a question. I think the applicant knew what the guidelines were, and they should have answered the questions. If they didn't answer the questions, certainly we'll give them that opportunity during the meetings that we do have, but we can only meet so many times. We have to do our part in trying to move this through as quickly as possible so that the project selection board can do their thing as well. All right, is there anything else on this scoring sheet that we need to add? All right, well, we made a few changes to that, and you got all those? I'm sorry?
Will you restate all the changes?
I have no idea what they
Okay,
were.
this is what I have. Okay, so I have that we're going to add the name of the applicant and the qualifying entity, add scalability, remove the project specific item checklist from the back page, and then I didn't hear the determination on the match.
What is the will?
We can bring it to the attention of the project selection board, the level. So if the project cannot go through at all without the match, that should be noted. Or if there was a match, but there was no documentation, that should be noted, because that's a different level of issue, I think.
And I think whenever a letter is sent to the applicant, it should be stating that it is contingent. You have approval contingent upon meeting all the requirements of your application. Everything that you stated was in there, your funding sources for match.
Yeah, I think we just need to specify what those are. And I don't know if we can ask, I don't know the calendar in my head between when we get our scores and the project selection board receives them, to get with the applicant and say, could you submit documentation of your match or further clarification of whatever it may be? Then we could add that and have that resolved even before it goes. That's just a thought. I don't know if we have enough time to do that.
There should be time, because we're going to, once we finalize this list, then we're scheduling a joint meeting. So I would imagine that's going to be a couple weeks out, so they should have plenty of time.
Is that giving an unfair advantage
How so?
by allowing some applicants more time to get certain things in?
I think in my mind, we are setting our list. We've scored them contingent upon what they put in their application. We're ranking that list, and then we're providing that to the project selection board at that meeting. And then if somebody wants to come and give that information or answer any questions, I think all applicants can come and answer questions to the project selection board. Because as I understand it, they don't necessarily have to go 1 through 5, 1 through 10 on our rankings. They can pick and choose around there as they see fit through their understanding and interpretation and discussion with the applicants. Right. Any other changes? Okay. All right. Next on the agenda is discussion on finalizing scores. So how would y'all like to do this? Would you like to just take each application and discuss its scoring? Or I guess if there's any questions on each one, I can call up the application itself and the score. And if you have a question, or if you want to have discussion, we can do it. Otherwise, we'll consider it a final score.
That sounds good.
All right. Then we will. Does anybody have do anything different on that? All right. So application number 1, which is 27448427, St. Tammany Living Shoreline at Goose Point. The final average score was a 62. Does anybody have any discussion on that? And excuse me, I'll ruffle through all my papers here. Let's compare my scores against their y'all scores. Does everyone agree with that score? Or have any concerns or questions? Hearing none, I will consider that a final score. Application number 2, which is application 274-76093, City of Covington Miniature Boat Launch, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. From the spreadsheet, I see it had an average score of 53. Does anybody have any questions about that, concerns, or discussion?
One thing that I noted, that maybe this is more of a reference for the next round when that happens, is sometimes people put, and I got the impression when we have partnerships that gets 10 points, it's kind of how are you working within the community and it goes beyond just who's giving you matching funds. But I found a lot of people put who they were getting matching funds from there. I'm not saying that's a good I'm just thinking, do we mean that as 2 separate things? And if so, that we should clarify that going forward. That's all.
When I reviewed them, I looked for cash contributions. I looked for something either cash or in kind. To me, letter of support is pretty easy to get. if I'm going to go out and ask, I can probably get a letter of support from numerous people, but does that actually show partnership?
Mhm.
So I actually looked at the budget spreadsheet when getting a feel for how I was going to score this one, but that was my interpretation.
I guess I was just thinking that it was, um, okay. Yeah, I was just thinking if there were, the community was supportive of it and things that, that they had engaged others around, and that meant something to me more than, in addition to the financial match, but that's more of a reference to something to think about for the next round. So,
And certainly, I think we should be keeping on the side sort of notes on what we want to change in the program. And we can bring that to the authors and see if that's something they would like to change. And I would also say that after we're through with this process, that maybe we either meet independently or jointly and just have a debriefing
yeah, that's a good idea.
of this entire process and see what we can do better on it. All right, any other questions about application number 2? Hearing none, I will consider that a final score. Application number 3, which is 27093114, Margaret's Ridge Marsh Enhancement Refurbishment. We have a score of 52. Do you have any questions, concerns on that one?
I'll just note that this is one of the few that I'm planning on recusing myself of, and I did send a score in, so that might complicate things. My score is very close to what the average is, so I don't know if it changes much, and maybe we don't have to do that, but I don't know if you need an updated average score before you get a final on that.
I would just ask Angela to note any recusals from a score that's been submitted, and we can delete that and see if it affects the average.
The new average is 54.
So you're bringing it down.
See what happens for being honest. I do think it's interesting. I mean, again, if you look at and again, this is a general comment, but since we didn't really have much discussion, I'm sorry about that, looking at coastal restoration projects and where does that fit within the mission of this program? I'm not saying, I was so impressed that every one of these proposals, people were you could tell, committed to the projects. They had been thoughtful about them. They're good projects. It's just, do they fit? And I think that that's, of course, what this scoring is about. But I don't know that as a collective, now that we've been presented with the diversity that people may apply, collectively have thought about that. If we should think about it just individually or as a group, maybe just the scoring, as we've talked about over this existence of this group, that the scoring will prove out what this is in support of and not. But I'm just putting it out there, to kind of, I would love to hear other people's thoughts on that, if you think it's appropriate for us to talk about it in those generalities.
And I think the benefit of having a diverse board actually helps with that. Because I did notice when I was reviewing my scores compared to the average, that there was I was pretty consistent across the board, but there was 4 or 5 projects that seemed to be diverged from my scores. And I haven't had a chance to go back and look, and it may have been like terracing, whereas I gave it high scores because of the ecological value of it. But there's really, the recreational opportunity component is not quite there, depending on where the property is. So I think that differing in score from mine shows that other viewpoints were being heard on that.
Mhm.
But I'd certainly open that up for more discussion.
Scott, can I bring you back to the scoring?
Yes.
Okay, can you clarify which one? Because you said that the score got lower, and so that threw me off. So which one are we scoring?
Oh, I'm sorry. I might have looked at the wrong one. We're on number 3 right now.
The score got higher when his score was removed.
Right.
Which meant he had brought it down. Is
Okay.
what the
I got
Scott
you.
was
I got
teasing
you.
about.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure I was
informative.
on the right one.
I have to keep back my snarky comments. It's very difficult. Any further discussion? All right, and then I will mark application 3 as a final score. And I do think it is appropriate to have conversations as we go through these, as each one kind of spurs that thought as you were going through these over the last several days of things we can do better or things that are up for conversation. And that was one of the things that kept hitting me was, it may score high ecologically, but recreational may be lacking. So that's where, some of these kind of had some peaks and valleys on my scorecard.
And for clarification, Lisa, your perspective is that coastal restoration work doesn't necessarily fit within the intent of LOF as much as another proposal type?
Well, and again, this is subjective, but as we've worked through this through the years, I think the general thought was that conservation, as we were looking at it, was adding acreage or investment in, and I guess it was more acreage or new lands for conservation going forward into the future. And so, but it's not, I went back and read everything, and that's not how it's expressed. I mean, it's broader than that in the expression. But part of the thinking too was, and this isn't interpreted here anywhere in great degree, is that resources to central and northern or outside of the coastal zone where there's not a lot of money that's gone into conservation over the years could be helpful and leverage resources in. These federal programs, you can see some of these federal coastal ones are in the millions and millions. And you go to some of the other communities where they're trying to do a park or acquire, expand on things, they don't have that kind of match. So again, it's a little bit like you got to just keep working through it. I'm not saying it doesn't qualify or that we shouldn't allow them by any means. I mean, I think they're an important part of Louisiana's future. It's kind of stuff that I don't understand too, as far as where will this have a lasting impact? That's one of our criteria too. And where won't it? Where can we put state dollars in new places that all benefit the state? And
Yeah.
But I also think we have to be careful. Our job here is, as a technical board, is to look at the applications themselves and make sure that we rank them according to the criteria that we've developed. The project selection board, to me, is the one that
Right,
decides
right.
where the money fits within the state and if it is better to move it north or south or whatever,
And I
based
was-
off of our recommendations.
Right.
Well, and the reason I asked that question is, from technically speaking, the recreational benefit from any coastal restoration work is that open water
That's
doesn't
true.
have habitat.
Right,
Terracing, any kind of coastal
Right.
restoration
right.
work creates habitat, which in turn should enhance the amount of fisheries available
Right.
for those anglers, whatever, or open water creates more hazard as far as fetch length and wave height. So if you break that up, then boaters can enjoy those. Anyway, without getting down that wormhole, just for technically speaking, it does create an enhanced recreation benefit. And so from the technical advisory board, I just wanted to make sure, one, that we weren't saying our stance was that coastal restoration work did not fit within LOF.
Right.
And two, technically speaking, from my education, my experience, it absolutely does touch on a
Mhm.
recreational benefit.
No, I appreciate that. And I agree. And I think that there is technical guidance that can kind of help us along the way with that from the legislation. But I agree. I mean, it's a part of the puzzle. You know, this is supposed to match and bring down dollars if we can and do things. So it's a mix, and that's what you see kind of in the outcomes here. But I appreciate you.
And again, it goes to our different perspectives, and I think that's what makes this work. If we had a NOAA representative here, they may tell you that open water is habitat as well.
Well,
But I digress.
I'm just going to add one more thing. Out of the, few coastal restoration projects we had in here, there's a pretty high range of variability in scoring because of the various ways it met the different criteria we have. So I think when it touches on more of them, obviously gets a better score. And I think, maybe far be it for me to say where the program's going, but when it hits those criteria down the list, it might be one that the group wants to
Yes.
fund. When it doesn't, it probably shakes out in how we scored. I think, honestly, I think the criteria did a decent job of
Mhm.
that sort of thing. And that's not just for coastal restoration projects. That's across the whole range of projects and the feature types that are included. There are outside of coastal restoration, there were a lot of, similar projects, but one might have had 20 points more just by the way the proposal was laid out or some of the specifics. So I think so far, our first pass at this whole thing, I think it did a decent job of kind of differentiating which ones should be potentially prioritized by the program versus not.
And I appreciate this. I mean, that's where I kind of just wanted to have some conversation as the group. And I do think that the diversity of the scoring, it does capture some coastal restoration projects and some recreation and some acquisition. So I'm very pleased with where it came out. I just kind of wanted to revisit it as a group and see if we all felt that way. So thank you.
Okay, next application up is number 4. And that was application number 276-16532, Shorebirds of Louisiana Wetlands Expansion. And the average score I have on that one is 64. And that was one, for clarity, my agency had a small contribution, but I did not feel like it was substantial in character enough to recuse myself. So I did score this one. Any discussion on this one?
I guess I had a question about this one. This seemed more like a not long-lasting conservation effort, more of a paying for a salaried person. Although it is a contract person, it didn't. So I scored it a little bit lower. So I guess I just wanted others' takes on that.
Yeah, it may not be that big of a surprise, but Audubon scored it a little bit higher than the average. It's a bird project, obviously, but I felt like it hit in all 4 of the boxes in the subcategory A to D, with the intents that these practices would be carried forward by the landowners. And so there is that sort of longevity in training how to provide habitat for wetlands that also like corresponds with agricultural practices. And that, initially there may be some incentives for those landowners, but eventually they see the benefits, like waterfowl hunting, teal hunting in the fall, other kind of recreational opportunities like bird watching that they could attract to their properties. It also provides a resource to surrounding, places where you can hunt, not on public land. So and they prioritize places that are contiguous with wildlife management areas or national wildlife refuges. So that provides that recreational benefit to not just the landowner, but the broader public as well, much like what we were talking about with terraces. That might be on private land, but it provides fisheries for elsewhere. So I gave it a higher score, and that was the main divergence is I think that first subcategory, or that A to D subcategory, because it felt like it really did hit on water quality, recreation, habitat, and stewardship.
I would just add, from a nonprofit standpoint, in looking at, and I don't know if that bears great significance here, other than this is an approach we employ sometimes, because the majority of the land is privately owned and should be. And so facilitating conservation on those lands, the return for the investment is much greater than trying to acquire and own. And we'll never have, through the state agencies or federal or nonprofits, enough land to support species for hunting or fishing or those kinds of things. So it's just a practice that's employed to get more conservation on the ground without having to own it. So that's just.
I wasn't clear on the actual public governmental qualifying partner. Is NRCS established as that? So I wasn't clear, and I think that needs to be made clear because I had a question about eligibility on this one.
We did as an agency make a contribution to this. So I think that would be a partnership.
So you don't need public oversight of, or anything like that. That was one question I had.
I don't know that there was, and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, anything about public oversight. It was a partnership with one of those entities that was stated in legislation. So it had to be an NGO in partnership, or whatever the terminology was we ended up on.
Significant nexus.
Yeah, with one of those entities. So I would have to go back and look to see who all this was involved with, but I know LDWF was one of those entities.
Okay.
And NRCS plays a big role in this project too, you know, and sort of that connection between the NGO and the landowners. And NRCS provides the resources, and I don't, it doesn't show up as financial offsets here, but yeah, NRCS, LDWF, LDAF are all partners listed.
The partners are listed, but it said to provide a letter explaining the roles, and I wasn't clear on that. So I think I would recommend that be noted in the scoring for this applicant, that,
Contingent.
yeah, contingent upon the significant nexus agency being established. Because my understanding was from the application that after this project expires in a few years, that I think the applicant said the practices will be available in the future through NRCS, which made me think, okay, they're not going through NRCS right now. And having experience with 319 projects, a lot of times after the funding or something to the private landowner is over, the practices are not always continued. Some do, but many don't. So that was one of my considerations for maintenance, I guess, longevity.
Any other questions or concerns on this? So we will pass this one, unless I hear otherwise. We will accept this score contingent upon that information. Okay. Application number 5. This is number 27616-551, Russell Sage WMA Wetland Enhancement. Have an average score of 62. Any questions or concerns on this one?
My question on this one was, is the funding confirmed? There was no letter confirming the matching funds. And is the project contingent on getting a grant that is not yet in hand? I would like a comment to that effect in the scoring.
I'm recused from this one, so I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak on this project. Okay, then we could, if you want to make a contingent, we could make a contingent upon that.
Yes, I would like that noted on the considerations, that there's no confirmation that the funding for this project, I think it's contingent on a grant in the future that may occur.
Any other questions on this application?
You know, to me, this is an example of where a letter of documentation, which was requested in the application, just to, that'll clarify everything.
At the beginning of the application? Okay, will do. Yeah. Okay. All right, we are, unless I hear otherwise, we will approve this one contingent upon that letter. Application number 6. City of Slidell, Bayou Bonfuca Waterfront Boardwalk. Number 27556911. I have an average score of 51. Does anybody have any questions or any discussion for this application? Okay, then I will consider this a final score. Application 7 did not turn in a full application, so that one is not being considered. Application 8 is number 274-87545, Lake Villa Pond Recreation Enhancement Project. And that has an average score of 56. Is there any questions or discussion on this application? Hearing none, I will consider this a final score on application number 8. Application number 9, number 27632-027, False River Ecosystem Restoration and Public Access. On this one, I have an average score of 48. Is there any questions or discussion on this application? Hearing none, I will consider this a final score. Application number 10, number 275-88692. I have an average score of 46. Any discussion or questions on this application? Hearing none, I'll consider that a final score. Application number 11, which is 276-41224, Conservation of Working Lands at Live Oak Farm, Vermillion Parish. I have an average score of 76 on this application. Do I have any questions or discussion?
Yes. I am not clear on who the qualifying partner is for this project.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak on this application?
No, but I would, just in having looked at that application, because this kind of is what helps spur the discussion about participation or a sponsoring partner, And there is a letter from, sorry, I'm looking for, the, Live Oak. I think there was a letter from, LDAF. Aaron, I don't know if that's from Mike Strength. I mean, I don't know if what it states, but then there's all the partners in there. So if you want, same thing we could do if you want a
Contingent.
single letter saying we're the, if that would clarify it. Because I think there's indication of financial involvement and those similar things, but it's just no single agency said we are the
Right.
lead.
Right.
So we could get, I'm sure they could get that.
A lot of, yes, there were letters supporting the project. I did not see a qualifying agency or partner in that, no.
You mean just somebody who represents that they are sponsoring? Okay.
Okay, unless there's any other questions or discussion on that, we will approve this final score contingent upon our letter for sponsor. Okay. Application 12, number 276424441. I have an average score of 53. Is there any questions or discussion on this application? Hearing none, I will consider that a final score. Application 13, Port Fouchon Terracing Project, number 27363972. I have an average score of 70 on this project. Do I have any questions or discussion on this one?
This is another one CPRA is recusing on.
Okay, Angela, if you would pull CPRA's scoring from that one.
$71.
No comment.
I had a question about this one. Is this just private access to this area or is there public access?
Is there anyone here can speak to this project? Yes, please go up there and state your name and your affiliation. And you can answer the question.
Use the button. Yeah, there's a talk button on there. Look down. There's a talk button on it.
On the microphone. Directly on
Oh,
the
okay,
microphone.
sorry. Amanda Wazam with Ducks Unlimited. This land is on ConocoPhillips and Wisner property, so it is private lands.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion on this project?
It would be another one just to get letters of land, who they matched
All right,
is from. I mean, there's a list here, but I'm just saying letters from those match funders.
all right. So we approve this one, the score contingent upon letter of letters on the match. Yes, please.
Now I know what to press. There should have been attachments of all the letters of commitments, notice of award from NIPWIF. Those were all included as uploads.
I had scored it fully on match.
Okay.
I'm asking my friend here.
It looks like the document is do large LOF financial commitment. It's a 38-page document, so.
So there's a few
Yes.
pages. Okay. Port Fouchon,
Am I on the wrong one? Sorry about that.
number 13.
Yeah, financial documents compiled. Yep, 50-page document, even better.
Sorry
Sorry
about
about that.
Okay.
Okay. It's all.
Any other question or discussion on number 13?
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That's a great job.
Hearing none, I will approve that score as stated. Number 14, number 27644-386, Tangipahoa Parish Coastal Water Quality Program, have an average score of 53. Is there any questions or discussion on this application? Hearing none, we'll approve that score as stated. Application number 15 did not submit a final application. Application number 16, number 27646-988, Marsh Island Refuge Big Impoundment. I am recusing myself from this application. But the average score is 70. Any discussion or questions on this application? Hearing none, we'll approve that score.
I actually do have a question.
coming back.
So the partnership score was 8. I need to double check my own scoring, I suppose, but I didn't note that level of partnership. I'm curious if folks have thoughts on why I got a high score there.
I have a note that I scored it high due to the partners listed, but I had a question if there were any partnership documents because I did not see them. Yeah, letters of commitment as to the roles of the partners.
I guess I was just seeing some funding partners there and not, partnerships with the community, with the parish, with, yeah, sort of beyond the funding team.
I think if we'll just based on, go ahead.
I was just gonna agree that my score is also high, but it's ranked off of what was on the project budget worksheet for those two partnerships. That's why mine is.
So I would just make it contingent on the letters from,
Okay, we're approving the score on 16 contingent upon letters.
We have a public comment.
Oh, sure. Introduce yourself, please, and answer the question.
My name is David Hicks. I'm with Ducks Unlimited. There should have been letters of financial support attached to the application too from, I believe it would have been NACA and LDWF on that one. Is that?
I don't,
Well, I
What
think the
y'all were asking
question
for?
was, Eric, could you restate your question, please?
Yeah, I guess the question is, the partners pretty much only included the funder and the state agency. I didn't see a lot of broader partnerships from the community, from the parish, et cetera. And so I scored it lower than I think it seems many of the other voters scored it as.
Yeah, I guess I was responding to the contingency question.
did you happen to find those, Angela? Because I don't know that, they're not on ours. They may have been submitted, but there was a lot of documents submitted. So. And Eric, that was a question I raised earlier, just in the general, that we need to clarify. Do we mean partners beyond the funding partners. So somehow we need to work on that in the next one, but a lot of them, I think, were, people put that because I think that's what they thought we were asking is who are those with skin in the game kind of thing.
And not commenting on this one, but as I was saying before, that's what I was looking at whenever I scored for partnership was financial contributions.
Well, the criteria question is there measurable value added to this project through cooperation with external partners? And so to me, external is external of the funding. Maybe that needs to be clarified.
And we had talked about, actually, I think it was maybe with staff that I scored this with, was maybe having a glossary on here and define some of these terms, maybe for our own benefits. But definitely. Okay, so 16, we are fine with it as is on the score,
Well, I think
and it's more
we
of
need
a,
to find, I don't know.
The financial
if
documents?
you could just resend maybe the letters or whatever the administrative, because if they have the letters showing documentation of the match.
Yeah, I could certainly resend those if they're not attached.
I think his question is
I'm
not,
sorry.
is not about the match, but more about other roles and responsibilities.
There's definitely two questions going on.
yes,
Okay,
two
okay.
questions, two questions. So do we have the letters of financial obligation on this one? I guess that's the first question.
Currently don't see them on Google, but interesting.
And the other is broader, I guess, for the group is, do we want to consider for future or in this discussion, giving greater weight to partnerships outside of financial partnerships?
And maybe even a bigger question is there the ability to move scores? Like each of us, right, change our scores on various projects. And so far that hasn't happened, but
Yes, I think until we finalize the score, we can change the scores. And I would say up until, and that might be a legal question, up until we finalize our ranking, I think we can change scores, change our scores.
I
as we
just went
see
back
fit.
and pulled the email. The documents that y'all received are all the documents that we got. So
And is there a financial obligation document in there?
they are a cover letter. There's a detailed project budget worksheet, a landowner letter for Marsh Island Big Impoundment East Structure, a project description, project implementation schedule, and responses to the evaluation criteria. Those are the 6 documents we received.
So contingent upon financial obligation? Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions on 16? No. Application 17 was not submitted. Application 18, number 27647-809, saltwater barrier control structure, Schooner Bayou. Got an average score of 56. Is there any questions or discussion on application 18?
Yes, I had a question. As just for the match, CPRA funding was mentioned at 75% match, but no supporting documents. So I was wondering if that was committed funding from the parish.
Is there anyone here that can speak to this application?
Give me a second to dig into this one because I didn't actually note that as one that we were a funding partner on. I might have missed it. And I'm not aware of 100% of the things we're doing all the time. So let me.
You know, one of the things I noted on this, and I don't know, with the landowner letter, they said, I'm a partial owner, and I don't know who the other partial owner was, and there was no clarification on that. I don't know how much we want to, I mean, it may be, just need additional clarification on approval of the landowner, because it should be contingent on having all parties approve it. And there might be some aspect of it where part of it's state water bottoms and they didn't say that necessarily. I don't know, but that's something we get hung up on all the times with title and everything, is who the owner is.
Still a little unclear to me, reading through everything I mean, it's a capital outlay request, whether or not it went through last session or it's going to go through another session, and then it's still capital outlay, which is a little bit, I guess, squishy sometimes. So I guess, yeah,
I found it
yeah.
in the application. It's in the evaluation criteria. There you go. The funding was denied in capital outlay, but it says that the project has received a funding commitment through CPRA for the project, which is in line with the original capital outlay request. So it's 75% CPRA is contributing based on what this says on page 3 of the evaluation criteria.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too. And to me, that's not incredibly clear. And I'm not, again, I'm not familiar with 100% of the funding commitments we've got going on. So I guess I don't know how to answer that one, and don't know if I need to recuse anyway.
I would ask that the score be contingent on some clarifying letter.
Letter of commitment from CPRA.
Yes, or if it's
75%.
generous funding,
Yeah.
then from them. Yes.
And
Letter of commitment
clarification of
fund.
ownership, please.
And maybe clarification on the budget sheet, because it still says capital outlay on it.
Okay, we're approving 18 as is with contingencies. Are you recusing or not? Depends on what their funding source is.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, if we are the funder, then we would recuse as all the other ones that I have and that will in the future. Contingent recusal? No, I guess let's just err on the side of caution and say that we will. And then because if that letter comes through and we are, then I should be recusing.
Okay. And if it doesn't, they don't have funding.
Correct.
Okay.
And that as we're reading it, yeah.
So 18 CPRA is recused from that.
So the updated score would be 56.
Okay, next application is number 19-2765-0949, Gretna City Park Restroom Project. Have an average score of 40 on that project. Is there any discussion or questions?
I did appreciate they took the feedback of this group from the pre-application and went back and worked on that. So I think, I don't know if we want to acknowledge in our future communication that they spent time on that.
Any other discussion or questions? Hearing none, we'll mark that as a final score, number 19. Application number 20, number 27654-727, Shell Beach Fishing Complex. I have an average score of 60. 60, that didn't come out correctly. Any questions or discussion on this project?
I think I scored significantly lower on this project. For question one, if anybody wanted to comment on that, on their score, on their.
But yeah, she was asking a question of the group.
Of the group, yeah. If anybody wanted to talk about their scores. Maybe I missed something.
Let me get my ducks in a row here. No pun intended.
I get to my page.
I also scored this one low, so yeah.
I'm not requesting a change. I'm just for my own information.
My scores show points for the fishing and access, but nothing really different than that.
Yeah, I also felt like it touched on some of the, being adjacent to Katrina Memorial.
Oh, that's right. I do have Katrina Memorial stated
There's
there.
some
as well.
cultural, historical value.
And that was one, just throwing this out there for discussion. A lot of people talked about cultural, historical, but it wasn't there or it wasn't addressed in the project. This one wasn't addressed in the project, but it was there at the facility, so I gave them points for it. But that was that, and underserved areas. Sometimes they would say it was an underserved area, but this doesn't necessarily. This project didn't necessarily have anything to do with that. Whereas I would give them points if it was a recreational place adjacent to a underserved area, then yeah. But if it was, I'm going to say a terrace in an underserved area, it's like, well, I'm not sure what you did for them, but. So yeah, some of these, it was good for them to mention it, but I had to see where they actually utilized that for the project itself. I didn't
There
answer your
was a
question. but-
question about land ownership there too. I think they were working through getting like a chain of emails.
I did note the Katrina Memorial being adjacent and scored for that. I was just curious as to other people's thoughts.
Any other questions or discussion on number 20? Hearing none?
I'm
Oop.
looking for the land ownership.
Oh, sorry.
Information, that's okay. I'm just, page. Who does it?
They indicate that it's a right of way for DOTD and state water bottoms.
That's right. It was a lot of majority state water bottoms.
But
And DOT right away.
it was just that there's a chain of emails or so that they give that it's just, if we could just put it contingent on finalization of that or documentation of that.
Okay. Application number 20 approved contingent upon land ownership. Number 21, application 276-30254, Porto Track Longleaf Pine, Flatwoods Savannah and Flatwoods Pond. I have recused myself from this application. It has an average score of 75. Any questions or discussion on this application? Hearing none, that is a final score. Number 22, application number 276-54815, new fishing pier and wharf, Lafitte Drive-In Park. This has an average score of 50. Any questions or discussion on this application?
I would just like to say that I appreciate the direct answers and brevity of this application. I noted it.
going through 40 some odd applications, it was very nice when someone was concise and went through and answered the questions and helped me with my score, and I didn't have to hunt. Okay, hearing no questions, that is a final score on number 22. Application number 23, 27654-953, Freshwater Bayou Shoreline Protection Project. Application number 23 got an average score of 46. Is there any discussion or questions on this application?
I concur with the score, similar to mine. I just noted that it wasn't clear to me if the match had already been spent. That's something we might want to make a note of for future. A lot of the projects seem to want to use match that had already been spent to either purchase the property or something that had happened in the past, which I think is excluded. So
Yes, some funders will say you can use match 12 months back or 24 months or something like that, give a window because of how long it takes to develop a project. But this does reference that it's got like 2007 state surplus as match. If you could hold on to state surplus though, they'll not take it for something else. But just, food for thought moving forward.
Was a contingency on this or just a thought for future? Okay. So 23, I will mark that as a approved score. Application number 24, application number 2764-1861, Sunset Park Restoration and Recreation Project. On number 24, I have an average score of 55.
CPRA recuses.
And is there any discussion or questions on application 24? Okay, then Angela, there was a recusal from CPRA on that.
It brings you to 56.
Hearing no questions, I'll mark 24 as a approved score. Application number 25 is 2754-2465, Conservation Acquisition and Addition to Rockefeller Refuge. I'm recusing myself from this application. It has an average score of 86.
I'm recusing myself as well.
Two recusals. Did you score it? Okay. And so Angela, you may have to pull score from Sarah on that one. Is there any discussion or questions on this application?
I think again, is there a letter from Noah in there?
You're at a total score of 87.
So I think we just need a Noah letter.
So you contingent upon a letter from Noah? Okay. 25 approved with contingent. Let's see. Okay, application number 26, which is number 27656-968, Russell Sage and Bodcaw WMA Enhancement. I'm recusing myself from this application. And then number 26 has an average score of 75. Are there any questions or discussion on this application?
this is another one contingent upon a grant, the NACA grant that's applied for. So that should be contingent.
Any other discussion or questions?
So just for my own clarification, so there's 3 Russell Sage applications. These are all units within Russell Sage. I mean, I'm unclear how that.
You want to answer the question?
How they all fit together. I kind of was trying to figure that out.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Owen Best. I'm with LDWF. This project, Russell Sage and Bodcall Enhancement, has a unit on Russell Sage called the Highway 15 Refuge and a unit on Bodcall called the Duck Dam, Green Tree Reservoir. So there are two different units and two different WMAs encompassed in this project.
And then what about the other two, Russ? that
The
are
next
called
one, Russell
Sage?
Sage Enhancement 2, is also mine. It is two different units on Russell Sage called the Pintail Alley unit and the Potluck GTR unit. I am not going to speak on the other one because that is not my application.
So I guess I'm just wondering if that, I was a little confused as to why it wasn't submitted as one. I mean, it's one project, it's different parcels within the one WMA.
So the Russell Sage and Bodcall Enhancement is two different WMAs, and it's a
Okay.
current NACA proposal that is being approved or unapproved right now. Like we
Okay.
should get the letter in the next month. Russell Sage Enhancement 2, which is the next one, is a project that we're working on building the NACA proposal, building like the scope of the project. So it's two completely different projects.
So have you submitted the proposal for the second one yet?
We're working on it and going to submit very soon.
And then I guess my last question, there's match in both those budgets for 26 and 27, and so I'm getting ahead of that on 27, but for the same amounts, like from DU, from LDWF, I mean, are those,
They're completely separate
Okay,
matches
cool.
because we have to meet a 10% match partner. So DU's doing 300,000 on both.
For
We're
each.
doing
okay.
exactly.
So a letters along those lines, whenever that's
Mhm.
appropriate, would
Yep.
be helpful, just to clarify that. But I appreciate that description. That makes sense.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions on number 26?
So I guess the status is
Contingent upon a letter, approval letter from NACA. All right, I am marking 26 as approved with contingency. Application 27, which is application 27657007, Russell Sage Wetland Enhancement Number 2. I'm recusing myself from this one as well. And the average score here is 68. Any questions or discussion on this?
Similar contingency.
Contingent
Since the proposal has
upon-
not yet been submitted.
Contingent upon approval from NACA. Any other questions or discussion?
Yes, is DU the applicant for this or LDWF? LDWF. Okay, thank you.
All right, approved with contingent letter from NACA. Number 28 is application 27656-986, Desalman Boat Launch. Number 28 got an average score of 57. So any questions or discussion on this application?
If any of my team wants to just discuss the scoring on E through G, I'd be curious. But I don't propose changing the score, making anything contingent.
I gave them some points and future benefits just because of the lifespan of the project.
Okay.
That's about all. Any other discussion on 28?
I gave them points for future benefits and stewardship.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, I will mark down 28 as approved score. Next up, number 29, which is application 27657030. Oh, sorry.
St. Charles Parish represented why what we did. Like
Let me see. Yeah, please come to the mic and identify yourself, please.
Mike Palamone, St. Charles Parish Chief Administrative Officer. I'm just curious because the score seemed relatively low, in my opinion, considering what we're ultimately doing with this. It's titled a boat launch, but it's 110 acres of donated land on Chevron that when the master plan gets completed, it will not only be a boat launch, but it will be passive activities such as wet nature trails. We're talking with Chevron, they got over several hundred acres adjacent to us that we can use for a nature trail. So maybe there's some misinterpretation of our application. If there's some clarification that we can submit, I just need to understand it a little better.
Speaking just for myself, we have to score these projects off of the application itself. So what we are scoring is the boat launch. We can't look at future acquisitions, future projects. I did score it as access. It got points for me for access and for some educational components, contiguous with a scenic river. But I did not have any cultural, historical, nor water quality benefits. And then let me look here. Yeah, so I think it scored, and from my perspective, it scored for a boat launch, and I think that's where it came out. If anybody else wants to have any comment on that.
I did focus on that, what the funding, the LOF funding would be used for. And I did score it highly for recreation, access, and that it was adjacent to a wetland mitigation bank. But I did not see the water quality benefits or stewardship, lower points for that, indirect stewardship through use, but there wasn't an educational component. So those were my.
Yeah, no, I understand. We have a swamp school that we're eventually going to move to there once it's done. So probably the longer term wasn't described properly, I would say. But it's more than just a boat launch. That's the kickoff for the whole area because our boat launching facilities are truly substandard. And with this property, it's going to be a world-class. We've got a catfish tournament that's going to start coming to the area as well. So
I would encourage you to consider applying in the future with focus on the parts of the project that are more in line with
right, I understand.
the conservation.
I understand. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I think that's.
It's a good vision.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
I mean, I gave you great full points for partnership because I think this is an example of what we were talking about, not just the funder, but who else is involved. And that's what we like to see.
Yeah,
from the
Restore Our Earth is a good
ecological-
partner of ours.
Yeah.
We've been planting cypress for a long time. In fact, I was out there putting about 3 months ago, we put 1,000 cypress in just as a kickoff for like 10,000 acres of planting cypress. So there's a lot going on in this area, Lake Salvador Reserve.
Yeah, so if those kinds of activities could be demonstrated as matching activities as part of a bigger project, and potentially even requesting funding for those kinds of activities into a proposal, those other aspects of the criteria potentially get elevated.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, number 29. I'll read it again. 2765730, Abita Springs Conservation Area and Nature Center. Number 29 has an average score of 69. Is there any questions, discussion, or concern on this one?
Yeah, this is another one that I scored notably higher in sub-criteria A to D, because it really hits on, the acquisition of habitat adjacent to water, some water quality benefits, lots of education around the facility. In the birding community, the Clifton House has like major cultural and historical significance as one of the first yards in the state that was attracting winter hummingbirds. There are places that, birders travel out west where these kinds of properties attract huge numbers of out-of-state visitors because of the potential to see those kinds of birds. And so when I saw this application come in, I was extremely excited to see this coming together. And so I scored quite high on those subcategories A to D.
And I would add to that, one of the things is because of where it is, it's incredibly accessible by anybody and everybody. And, I think that there are a lot of wonderful places, including nature conservancy preserves that are great, but you can't get to them. So I think this one is, from the recreation and from the Nature Conservancy does hold a conservation easement on some of the natural areas there that are significant. So from the ecological standpoint and recreation, I think.
I was also concerned, so this project doesn't provide that much match, so it scores relatively low there. But then I also see that meaning that this project may not happen without LOF funding, and it's not that big of an ask for the type of benefits that it would provide. So I was willing to kind of look away a little bit from the match standpoint.
No, and that's a very good point. Looking through some of these projects, I noticed that it's like, it's going to lose points because of the match, but there almost needs to be a mini grant program for the ones that don't need much money and can't provide the match. But yeah, I marked it up. It did. And one of the things maybe we need to discuss more at some point in the future is the cultural and historical value. What exactly does that mean, and how far back is historical and what is cultural? So
Mhm.
that's where I got a little iffy on some of their points. But no, it seemed like a really good project overall.
I guess my question regarding this was the partnership level. I didn't score it that highly on partnerships, so.
Yeah, and that goes to the discussion of what is partnership. Is it fiscal, or is it just local support or that kind of thing? So that may be something we're going to need to hash out for the next round as well.
So are you referencing partnerships from a fiscal perspective or just in general?
In my opinion, I use fiscal partnerships.
Right, but I was just asking, Sarah.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I
In
mean,
general,
just,
I was looking in general. I saw more of a local collaboration.
because it references the Green Fund, Keep Abita Beautiful, Abita Garden Club, visit the North Shore Lacombe Heritage Center, the Nature Conservancy, which is much more than many of these do in that regard.
This scored really high for me because it had a lot of different community interest entities involved in this.
There's just a lot of moving parts with all these. It's hard to keep up with everything, but yeah, that just stood out to me.
I also scored it high on question 1, A through D and E through G. It got extraordinarily high from me on those specific.
Yeah, and I think this project is worth discussing because the way this is going to fall out, it's going to be one of these bubble projects. And so a few points may matter one direction or the other.
Any further discussion?
So how would that be handled? I mean, I guess we can go back and individually change our scores, but
Yes.
I was wondering about the document that will go, the scoring sheet, you know, and it has key considerations. And that's where you get into, you know, perspective, but also the knowledge, the technical knowledge that's here that some people may have, like Theron would have more about coastal or ag projects than I would, and so may have some contribution there, whereas from the bird conservation standpoint, we may have more. So I don't know if we could look at the score, the scoring sheet before they're finalized and not say we're going to go and tweak to the nth degree, but to make sure from our technical expertise while we're here on this committee, we can add some bullets that may be relevant to understanding the
You're-
project.
More than welcome to change your score at any point. I think every entity here can change their score. Advocating someone to change their score, that's what this discussion is about. I don't want to do that after outside of this meeting. But this goes to something that I brought up a couple meetings ago, was that scoring and ranking in my head are kind of two different things. And I think I was alone in that discussion, but now y'all might be coming more around to my thought process. You could, if you work this criteria, I don't want to say game the system, but you could really try and work your project to get all those points, but maybe it's not going to be as good of a buy-in as some of these projects. So I think that goes to a discussion we may want to have at the end of this, once we have finalized our scores and we do rank them, is to maybe put something off to the side. And that's what I was talking about in that discussion for project selection board is, yeah, this ranked here, but we think this is a really great project because of this, and we would like to see it get some consideration.
Along those lines too, the requested funding to LOF doesn't necessarily have to be the amount that LOF funds, correct? So if a project comes in at say 500,000, LOF could say, well, we're going to actually fund it at 450.
Correct. The project selection board can scale
They
their.
can scale it, right?
So Scott, what you were talking about, are you talking about making a note under key considerations that this may, you know, this project may have scored here, however, we think it meets more of the intent and spirit of the law rather than the letter, or are you talking about a different discussion?
No, that would be up to the tab itself to discuss. But I think, yes, after we go through and finalize our scores, if we look at that ranking and say, wow, this one came out a little low in this scoring, but we think it has some major attributes, I don't see why we wouldn't put that into our summary and say, this is a great project. It scored here, but we still think it's a great project. And then, you know, it's up to the project selection board to use that in their determination or not.
Yeah, I just kind of going back to what you were saying too about whoever here wants to modify their score. Because if I were on the project selection board, I'd go, well, if y'all really felt that way, you would have changed your score to up it. You know what I'm saying? So I think we just, there needs to be some
Well, my point is we all bring
respect
our,
for the score.
correct. We all bring our perspectives and we score them as we saw fit. In this discussion, if we decide to change it, fantastic. If we don't, fantastic. That's our score and that's our viewpoint.
Yeah, my thought was if anybody was going to change their score, it would be because of a clarification or something that was made here during the meeting that that I misunderstood in the application. Otherwise, there would be no reason to change.
No, and that's what I went through these things a couple times and I actually would go back. It's like, well, maybe my belief is changing on a couple of things. And I would go back and alter my scores to make sure that I was consistent and to make sure that I was understanding of all the projects. So I'm comfortable with my scores and I don't see them changing. But yeah, if there's something that kicks in, it's like, yeah, I didn't think about that, but I would go in there and do that. But that's up to all of us. Any further discussion on number 29? All right, then I will mark that down as its score. Next up is number 30, application 276-50348, Cowhead Bayou Watershed Hydrologic Improvements and Ecosystem Enhancements. Number 30 has an average score of 53. Is there any questions, comments, or discussion on this project application? Hearing none, I will mark that down as a final score. I think we need a criteria on short titles. Some of these didn't fit to my spaces. Next up is number 31, application 27655-285, Gomesa Shoreline Protection on Southwest Point at Southwest Pass.
Audubon is recusing itself from voting because we're the landowner.
Okay.
I have a question on match for this one. Is the 71% match currently unspent?
Real quick, the CPRA is recusing as well.
Is anyone here that can answer that question? Amy's question.
We can make the score contingent on answering the question.
And for the record, the average score is 51 on this project.
It's now 50.
It is now 50. Any further questions or discussion?
What are we contingent on?
If the match is unspent. Yeah, letter establishing the match will be used for this project.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll mark this down as score contingent upon that. Next up is number 32, which is application 27657-616, Lake Charles Boardwalk Land Conservation Project. Number 32 got an average score of 56. Are there any questions, discussion on this application?
I wasn't super clear on the partnerships. I saw one letter of support, but not really any partnerships. Did I miss something?
I didn't give them much.
Okay.
Any further discussion? And I'll mark 32 down as its approved score. Number 33, application 27657-466, CC Road, Longleaf Flatwoods expansion.
And I need to recuse myself, please. And I did submit a score, so. Thought it didn't hurt. I wasn't quite clear till today if I could do that or not.
Yeah, same. And I didn't want to ask the question outside of the public,
Mhm,
hearing and
mhm,
everything. So I did the same.
Yeah.
My question on this is who the qualifying partner is.
There should be a letter
You want
from the
hands-
Fish and Wild, I mean, from LDWF. Let me look and see.
I saw that LDWF is going to help develop the restoration plan after the fact, but I wasn't clear that they were a qualifying partner and a significant nexus.
We weren't a major contributor. That's why I did not recuse myself from that one. I think we were in kind and support, but yeah, we were doing in kind with staff. Do you want to come and speak? On this one? Yes, come to the mic and identify yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
You got to press the button on the right side.
Now, there we go.
Yes.
Yes, I'm Brian Early with Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, the state plant community ecologist. We do have an existing grant, natural communities area that Wilder Gravel and I have discussed using this as this site, if awarded, as part of one of our restoration projects, and also developing, helping with the restoration plan on this site. So we've already been awarded that money, and as one of the overseers of that grant, we have discussed this collaboration, and we would like to use this property in that research, in ongoing research, and also to help develop the restoration plan on that and other properties in the area that we're working on. So we do have at least verbal commitment and discussion and intent to support and collaborate with TNC on that.
Would it be possible to supply a letter?
We did.
Stating, okay.
LDWF did.
Okay, I guess I saw that LDWF would develop the plan, but it wasn't clear to me that there was an expanded role.
Okay.
So
We can provide a clarification letter if that's needed.
if everyone else is satisfied, then that's okay.
Okay.
It wasn't clear to me.
Gotcha.
Any other questions, concerns? And we're not contributing towards the
Thank you.
acquisition, so that's why I'm not recused. Did I give the score on this? Okay, the score is 70. The average score is 70.
The score stayed the same.
Yeah, after the recusals. Okay. All right, then I will mark that down as a final score. Next up is number 34, application number 27659-629, Bayou Lors, Phase 5 Terraces. And I have an average score of 57 on this one.
Mr. Chair, I'm recusing myself from this one.
Okay, Theron's recused.
He didn't submit a score, so
okay,
it
good.
stays the same.
All right, any discussion, questions on this project? Hearing none, I'll mark down 57 as the final score. All right, next up is number 35, application 27660011, recreational improvements to the Mermentau boat launch. On this one, I have an average score of 57. Is there any questions or comments or discussion? Hearing none, I'll mark this down as the final score. Next up is number 36, application 27660243, Greater Lafourche Port Commission Coastal Wetlands Park Boardwalk. On number 36, I have an average score of 50. Is there any discussion, questions, comments on this application? Hearing none, I will mark it as final. Next up is number 37, application 27627172, Wharfs Birdwatching Decks. Number 37 has an average score of 55. Is there any discussion or questions on this application?
Yes, I have a question. I like this project. However, I did not score it high, particularly on match, because it was not clear to me that the match proposed hadn't already been spent. And the city match, which was not proposed with a formal letter, was listed as a possible 1%. So I just wanted to state that.
Is anyone here to comment to that? Yeah, I have it marked down for match as well. Any further comments or questions? Then I'll mark down 37 as final. Next up is number 38, which is application 27659-189, Louisiana Highway 1 Conservation and Recreation Area. Number 38 has an average score of 48. Is there any discussion, concerns, questions on this one? Hearing none, I'll mark that down as a final score. Next up is 39, application 27657-968, applying ecosystem benefits to public access improvements at Monkus Park. Number 39 has an average score of 60. Anybody have any questions or discussion on this application? Hearing none, I will mark it down as a final score. Next up is number, wait a minute.
I'm sorry, can we go back?
Yes,
39.
39.
Yes. I didn't see that it was an area, underserved area or area of need that wasn't established, but it got a high score. So I was just wondering if anybody had any comments on that. I didn't see that it was, I guess I looked at, is it walking distance from an area of underserved?
It got a 3, right?
7.
The rows are starting to cross.
Yeah.
7 was for match. 3 is right.
Okay. Never mind.
Not for underserved. No, it got three. Three.
Okay. Okay, proceed.
39, wrote 40, yeah.
Everybody's eyes are crossing. All right, I have lost my sheet for number 40, so I'll have to read from here. Application 40, and it's application number 27661029, and I do not have the title for that one. Angela, if you could read it.
Wildlife Habitat Conservation through RX Fire.
Prescribed fire. Okay. Number 40 has an average score of 69. Is there any discussion or concerns or questions on that project? Hearing
Well,
none.
I had a question regarding, I guess, timely completion, and I assume this is this seems like a project with voluntary signups. So is there's no clear geography. There are targeted areas and there are targeted landowners, but the participation is unknown in degree, geography, underserved, et cetera. Am I correct? And is there a guarantee that all the money will be used?
Is anyone here to speak on this one?
I would share, kind of following on the discussion about the landowner outreach and the Manamet project, that and I think they went into some of the historical work that they've done about and how successful it has been. And it's kind of looking at some of these endangered habitat types and who owns them. It's largely privately owned. And so to work with those landowners to get their buy-in, but one of the greatest threats to this habitat type is the lack of fire. And there's even the Nature Conservancy has properties that have longleaf, and we're very short every year on burning what we need to burn. So just having the resources to burn. And so I think through this, it's a leverage kind of project, going out, knowing who those priority landowners are, helping them sign up for resources through other programs, as well as support through this is kind of the process for getting conservation of longleaf on the ground.
So that's my second question is, through the prescribed burns, it helps preserve the habitat, but is there any long-term, or will it remain habitat?
Yeah.
Will it be harvested? What is the future long-term of the expenditure, I guess is my question too.
Well, I think one of the things we know, and you could add to this, Eric, is that if we don't maintain it, it will be encroached upon with other species and not be there. So it is an ongoing management need. I think you're setting it up to where it will be more prone for natural fire strike and that type of thing, but not wildfire. So interestingly, I'll just tell a quick side story that we have a preserve on the North Shore in Abita Springs, right outside of there, where we have a really nice long boardwalk through the forest there. And we burned last year there, but then arsonists came about 2 months ago and burned our boardwalk. But the fire stops right at the edge of the boardwalk. It didn't catch the longleaf on fire. And we're in St. Tammany Parish, so there's a lot of people who live on the perimeter. So it's a horrible example, but it's a good example of how managing the fire manages wildfire. But it also helps establish the habitat to be prone for more natural burns.
And I would just add too, that once it's hard to do the first burn, right? It's always the most dangerous, the most challenging, and having that technical expertise sets up the landowner to be able to do it easier in the future. So you're right. I agree with you. The longevity is always, a question. Land ownership changes, generations change, all that kind of stuff, but we need to get the culture of fire back into, into our land, into our landscape. So I scored it pretty highly for that benefit.
That's all. Thank you for the
No,
discussion.
Yeah, no, if you ever want to go on a field trip, let us know.
Any further discussion on number 40? Hearing none, I'll mark that down as final. Next up is number 41, application 27656-295, Sankofa Land Conservation and Wildlife Habitat Project.
CPRA recuses.
Okay, CPRA recused. We'll wait on a score.
65.
Okay, then the average score is 65 on that one.
I guess I just had a couple questions about the budget.
Yep.
The budget didn't seem clear to me about what was matched and what was actually being provided.
Is anyone here to speak on this project? No, I had concerns too. It was a scavenger hunt trying to find things in that application.
I had a couple of questions, and one is about the budget. What is actually unspent match that will be used to match this funding for these tasks? Which tasks were going to be funded with LOF money? And I wasn't clear who the qualifying partner was, so I think the score should be contingent on establishing the qualifying partner.
Then I think the documentation of the funding, Sarah, would that get at your, or the match? Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think that would.
Any other questions on this one?
I guess I had a question about the monitoring costs in the budget. Are we able to fund monitoring expenses?
Well, and that being said, there's 10,000 for marketing and promotion, and I don't know that we want to fund those types of. I mean, not to say, again, they're all important, but.
No. So we could put a contingent upon an approved budget document, a detailed budget document from them.
Yeah, because this project scored very highly, I think, without having clear tasks. To me, I would love to have someone clarify their scores.
No, it was a very, very good concept,
Mhm.
but yeah, it did have some questions.
Could CPRA speak factually to the benefits of this project?
Well, that's not a question.
What are the?
Did you know?
So without getting too much into the weeds, there are a lot of activities going on at the wetland park. They range from, turning a property that has been sort of I don't want to use the term historic, not in the context we use it, but historically, recently, it's been used as a dumping ground. They're clearing that out. They're creating retention ponds. The wetland park aspect is there. They're, creating paths or, planting native species and all that sort of stuff. They've got, educational opportunities, that sort of thing. That's where I'm going to leave my commentary. Just because I have, well, not just because I've recused, but there are a lot of moving pieces, and I don't want to overstate what's happening or understate what's happening within this particular proposal.
So if we could get a letter clarifying the tasks specifically in the budget and the match and the qualifying partner.
So we're approving 41 with contingent upon a detailed budget sheet and I guess associated tasks
And partner.
and partner. Okay. Number 42, application 27661359, water quality improvement through pump station litter abatement. Number 42 had a average score of 49. Any discussion or questions on this application? Hearing none, I will mark it down as a final score. Next up is number 43, application, and I'm going to read off here again, 27662754, which is the expansion of the Coates Bluff Nature Trail. I have an average score of 71. Are there any questions or concerns on that one?
I thought this was also a very good project that meets the intent of the law. However, it wasn't clear to me who the eligible qualifying partner is. So I think we would need a letter to that effect.
They do provide a letter from the city that has the signature of the mayor, the head of their parks department, and the head of their environmental services that I think they did is trying to demonstrate that, but we could, I guess if there's specific language, it might be good. I mean, we created that little template for people to use, but I think the intent is there. It just needs to be maybe more specific.
Okay, so unless there's further discussion, approving 43 contingent upon that letter of partnership. Okay,
I'm sorry, letter of
qualifying partnership. Next up is number 44, application 27662773, Turn Island Protection and Restoration, Phase 1. This one has an average score of 56. Is there any questions or discussion on this application? Hearing none, I'll mark that down. Next up is application 45, application number 27663636, Bogachita Conservation and Recreational Corridor Initiative. I am recusing myself from this application. It has an average score of 85.
I also need to recuse myself based on the discussion this morning, and I did submit a score.
Okay. Angela, if you'd remove Taylor's score.
We're at 82.
All right, we have an average score of 82. Any discussion or conversations on this? Hearing none, I'll mark that down as the final score.
You know, just to be consistent, and I'm trying to look to see if they're in here, if there are letters representing the match. I don't know. But it's a great project. There they are. Okay, sorry. Just want to be consistent, but
Okay.
there are already letters set.
All right, we have gone through the list of applications. We have given contingent approval to all of them. We have a couple of options. We can, oh, I have a question. Come to the mic, please. Mike.
Owen Best, LDWF. Following along and keeping score, there were two application number 25s. Affects efficient monitoring of Gulf Coast canids and white-tailed deer. I just wanted to make sure that y'all discussed that one because I didn't hear it brought up. Didn't want it to get left out.
So the number 25, the efficient monitoring of Gulf Coast candids and white-tailed deer, that one actually didn't make it to the full application phase. So that one was incorrectly numbered.
Okay. Yeah, I had
We have
Rockefeller
another
Refuge as
comment, I
20.
think.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right one. Tina Wilson, GIS Engineering. I wasn't certain earlier, early on in the day, if we were able to do public comment, if you didn't ask for certain applications. So I wanted to ask with regards to funding contribution, local match, if it was divided up scalable within phases of the project, how did that get scored overall? For instance, if their local contribution brought it to a 50% match for a smaller portion of the phase, however, or a smaller portion of the project, but if it was only a 20% match for the full entirety project, how is that being represented in their score?
Speaking for myself, I looked at the entirety of the match and scored it on that, what the entire match was.
I did something a little bit differently. I set a threshold. If it was over, I think 30%, I gave the full 10 points. And if it was smaller than that, but they had multiple partners matching, I also gave it a higher score because it showed buy-in from multiple groups. So.
So one of the questions that Sarah and I had brought up to Sarah before the meeting was that these projects, some of them are scalable. And if you have the match secured and it's a fixed number and the project is funded on a scalable way, does that affect the ranking? If, for instance, the ask was 2 million and they got $500,000 in funding, then that match percentage goes through the roof at that point. And so does it affect that ranking? I don't know if that answers your, or that
That's where
rewords your question.
that's where my question is coming
Yes.
from. Yes.
So I had the same question.
Yeah. I think we have to go off of what the application is, the full request, and then score it like that. And then if the project selection board, we don't scale, we grade applications. And then if the project selection board indeed chooses to scale, then that's up to them.
So then a subsequent question to that would be, will something such as that be indicated on your form that you provide to the project selection board?
We had talked about putting scalability on there. So that will be noted. And then it's up to the project selection board if they want to reach out to have the project scaled.
Sorry, not so much on the scalability, but on how the local contribution and the percentage thereof would be impacted for a smaller scale. So will they be aware of that when they look at these?
They will read the entire application like we did, but there's only so much we can put on this summary. But I mean, I guess we could put, I think it gets kind of confusing if you put the different matches. I'm not sure how you would address that on this summarized scoring page.
I mean, it may be valuable or worth it to kind of have a few, if there are a few overarching issues we'd like to pass on for consideration, that in some instances, if we give if they allocate a amount less than was requested, that could impact the match and the overall project. So, you know, I don't know that we could do it. Or we could say post their vote, there needs to be another review of how this may impact those projects. Because we'd probably have to follow up in certain instances with the applicant to say, is this still viable even at this reduced amount?
No.
Because I think that you bring up a great point that it's,
And just to clarify, you're saying that the match is committed only for, say, phase A of a project, and if only phase B of the projects gets funded by LOF, that match disappears?
My specific, I guess, question was actually on, I don't know which number it was, number 9, I believe. No, number 10, sorry. And so that's for 2 phases. The request was for 2 phases of Lockport Elevated Wetlands Boardwalk. And they're offering their match, their 20%, I believe it was a 20% match on the first phase to reach the actual bayou that they're trying, the canal that they're trying to reach. And that does get a very significant impact. And if just the first phase is funded, then that's great. And that's where they put their match. However, then if the rest of it gets funded, or if you apply that match to the full project, then it brings those points down.
I will say in my case, I noted that if you just do phase 2, it's 20% match. And if you did phase 3 overall, it's a 9% match. I graded it as if it were the 20% match just for phase 2. And I made a note that my personal recommendation would be to fund phase 2, to use this project as a phase 2 rather than the entire thing. I don't know if we want to.
Again, I think our job is to score and rank these applications. Now, we can put a note in there that phase 2 and 3 have separate matching percentages, and then it'd be up to project selection board if they choose to pick and choose the funding to address
So-
that.
We would appreciate that. We do actually have a couple of those. So I didn't know, can we send an email to the LOF email address that requesting that consideration?
In the application, it talks about scalability?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And
yes,
it
then you
shows the
can do that.
percentage for each phase,
Yes.
whether it's, just funding phase 1 or the project in its entirety, et cetera.
Yeah, as long as it's in the application already and you're just
Okay.
bringing it to our attention, there's no change
Yes,
really.
absolutely. We will send that. One more question was, how are we able to request the scores, the breakdown of the score for our projects?
That's a legal question. I think once we vote, I think what I remember is once we have deliberated and come up with a score, then that may be subject to public request. But we can let you know, or we can post the answer to that on the website.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So Scott, to clarify, and to treat all projects consistently, we will have a note on the form about scalability. And if the application states a difference in match, we will note that.
Yes, well, I guess we'll have to put that into some sort of summary or just off on the side of the scalability.
Okay.
However it functions best. Okay, and as I was saying, now we go to looking at the ranking, and I was going to offer up a couple of options for the board. One, we could break for lunch now, give you time to not digest lunch, but digest this meeting a little bit, and then come back at 1 and do the rankings. Or if you really think we need another meeting, we could end the meeting today and have another meeting tomorrow and do rankings tomorrow. I will leave that up to the will of the board.
I just have a question about, and it goes back to the initial giving a score versus a ranking. I mean, if if the one that's ranked, scored by our total. To me, I think it's what we were asked to do. Is Cole here?
No.
Legislatively.
Duncan is our.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi. Is what we were asked to do legislatively. I don't know if we were at, and then we were to do an assessment.
Mhm.
If we give a rank, we're kind of stepping into saying, well, we think the match is good here, or this is asking for way too much money and you should give less.
The only reason I was talking about a break is so that you can think about it and say, you want to come back. You had talked about changing scores. If somebody wants a chance to change a score, I wanted to give you a little bit of time to come back and say, you know what, I've thought about this. I want to change this one. And then we could have an amended score. As far as ranking them, no, I think the ranking is whatever the final
I
scores
see
are.
what you're saying. Okay, it's the
Those are
same
ranked.
word.
Then if we want to put into our document something about, I'm going to use one we don't have. Number 46. Number 46 was a fantastic project, but it ranks, 44th. If you want to put that into some sort of a summary, then I think that would be appropriate too, to say that we just felt like this was a good project, but it unfortunately, according to our ranking criteria, it just didn't score very high. So I'm not saying we change any of the rankings, but I think maybe we have a chance to amend our scores if you see fit. And then also, if we want to come up with any kind of language for a summary. Or I'm fine just saying we're done. It's up to you. I don't see my scores changing.
I'd like to take lunch and come back today.
Okay.
What was that?
I said I'd like to take lunch and come back today as opposed to tomorrow.
I'd like a little bit more time, I think. I don't know. I mean, I guess one question I had, I'm sorry, independent of that, is if we have something that has two things are scoring, where's an example, 75. I don't know how much time the project selection board is going to have available to do what we did to get to this point, to really discern, because they could be very different projects, So for example, the Abita Springs project and the fire crew project both ranked 69. Those are very different projects. And I guess I'm just wanting to throw out there, should we specifically with those give some, not, oh, this is better than that, but just clarifying elements to it? Or when we meet with them jointly?
Right. I think more appropriate
Okay,
would be when
okay.
we meet with them jointly, if they say, hey, this one, these score the same, tell me about them.
Okay,
And then we can provide comment at that point. And that way we're not ranking one over the other. We're just giving
Right.
information.
okay. And so there will be a joint meeting between the two of us, and then the project selection board, a separate meeting where they would vote, or they could decide to.
They could decide
Stick
at that
around.
joint meeting. The last joint meeting we had, we had decided on having a joint meeting. Now, again, that's up to them if they want to do it. But the intent was to have a joint meeting to discuss our rankings, and then whether they finalize it then or have their own separate meeting. I'm not sure on that.
So I'm fine to go on and have lunch and come back and do whatever. I mean, I guess. we
All right,
can
I
take a
have
vote.
one motion to adjourn for lunch and then come back and rank. Anybody else? Do I have a second on that?
I'll second.
Any opposition? All right, then we will adjourn for lunch and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock to rank. Thank you.
Being my buddy on
Meeting
this.
adjourned for lunch.
I should have pulled mine up
See,
ahead of time.
See, I wanted to do this,
Uh-huh.
but I was just like, I'm not gonna keep up with all that paper. So I just-
Well, you saw how I was
Okay, I will call back into order the September 19th meeting of the Technical Advisory Board of the Louisiana Outdoor Forever Program. Just to recap, this morning, we went through the applications and discussed all this scoring. And we gave ourselves lunch to kind of digest what we did this morning and decide if we were going to change any scores before proceeding with the ranking of them. Did anyone, after thinking on it, want to change any of their scores from their spreadsheets? If so, I was going to say you can get with Angela and change that. Okay, hearing none, I do have a revised score sheet that Angela made from this morning's discussion. It has the project title, applicant name, project type, location, and then some of the same stuff from our previous form, which was the funding request from Outdoor Forever, the matching funds, percentage match, and then the scoring criteria with a total. And on the back, it has a space for scalability and key considerations. No, you don't. No. Yeah, and I have them all here for then all the applications. So I think that the goal, I guess, this afternoon is one, make sure we're good with the scoring as it was, and everybody seems to be comfortable with their scores. Two, Angela brought to my attention that one of the scores was announced wrong, maybe because of recusal or something. So I will state that number 5, application 276-16551 has a score of 69. I'm not sure what we announced the first time, but that score is 69.
We just went back through and double checked to make sure that all the recusals were in there correctly. And that was the only thing change that had been made.
Okay, and then so I think everyone has before them the ranking by score. And there's a couple ways we can go through this. Angela has prepared these sheets for me, so I can go through and call them out again and put down their final score. And then if we want to add comments on scalability or key considerations, we can do it at that time. Because the awkward thing about this is that we have to do this in a public forum, so we can't really add to this document outside of this space, if you will. Does anybody have any questions on that, or is there anything else we need to do?
Do we have a list of all the projects that are scalable? Or because we'll have to go back through the applications and separate those. I haven't done that. Not all. Right. Same.
I wonder too, like, so in the application, it said you should have a letter from whoever your match is. Some did that, some didn't. And we're saying we're going to go back and approve it based on they'll get that letter. If they didn't say it was scalable in their application, they maybe just didn't answer that or hadn't given it the thought that if the opportunity arises, I don't know how we deal with if that would be the only criteria or the only opportunity to.
I think they would have to have it in their application already that it's scalable. They can't alter their application now and say, oh yeah, it's scalable now because you asked for it. So no, I think if it states it's scalable, then yeah, then we can move forward with that. As far as the contingency, we're just asking for letters of
Okay.
support
So
or
changing the project.
correct.
potentially.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that would be potentially change the project. Now, we could, if we're okay with this, we could just say, you know what, we'll come back and we'll just note, which would not take an action on behalf of this board, but I could just go through and note which ones are scalable. It's just going to be basically a check mark and some information. So I can do that. The only thing we would not have is the key considerations for each project. And I'm sorry. Yeah, it was the table that was the key considerations where we were talking about pluses and minuses on these projects, or talking about, well, one of them maybe scored lower than the others, but we think it's, good because of X, Y, and Z. So I don't know if we need more time to think about that and put that together, or if you think we can put this verbiage together today. What are your thoughts?
So what are examples of the types of things, if it is something like we think this is a better project than what it scored, I feel like.
Yeah.
But
How do you-
it's that's problematic. But are there features of any of the projects that we'd want to include as a key consideration beyond what they have or is here? The challenge is we probably don't know all of these projects equally. And if there's not a representative here, there may be what would be a key consideration that doesn't get included for whatever reason. We do have the thing, it's contingencies, and I guess as long as they know about that. I don't know where we put that on here.
I was thinking the key considerations were what we already talked about as we went through each one. So it wouldn't be anything new than what was otherwise brought up during discussion. And
Okay.
then the contingencies are included in that. And I guess, do we
So you
vote?
would just take the notes and transfer.
We
them
could
here.
just, take these, the minutes from this meeting and put that into these documents.
So what you're saying is you want to take what y'all talked about and you'll want to make that your summary that's going to go to the project selection board, because that's what the key considerations is for. This is for what you're going to give to the project selection board so that they can make their determinations. So these are anything that stands out within the application that you want them to know.
Right, what about this? And yeah, I'm punting. What if we take this list, we approve the rankings today. Our homework is to review the minutes of the meeting from today, this ranking, and then to each of us develop that key considerations for each of these applications. And then we could either meet immediately prior to the joint meeting with the project selection board, or just separately and formalize that document that we're going to actually present. Does that make sense? Or is there a better way to
It
do
could be
it?
a little bit challenging. I mean, if you ask me what a key consideration is and anybody else here, it could be very different. So we could have this big, huge laundry list that may not be helpful to the project selection board.
My understanding from the project selection board, the joint meeting that we had, was that they weren't looking to have like a very aggressive, like cumbersome summary, like they wanted like bullet points. So I'm not sure if going back, writing X amount of different summaries and then resubmitting them is going to be the most efficient and effective way to get those points across. I would propose that maybe we go application, like just like we've done, go down the list. And if there's something in particular that you wanted to point out that you were particularly passionate about and want noted, then that gets added in to considerations because the project selection board is going to have to review these as well. So I just don't know if all those summaries would be useful.
I was just making sure that everybody was prepared to do that right now. Do you feel like you could hammer out some key considerations as we speak through these? And noting that we can do scalability afterwards, so I can do that.
So as it pertains to scalability, if it's not specifically described in that application on the extent of scalability, how do we address that?
I think as long as it mentions scalability, that gives them that opportunity. Now, what that, if they do not describe scalability, my intent would be to go through each one of these applications, look for scalability and put exactly what their statement is. And then let project selection board review that and see if they can utilize that language to fit their needs.
I'm prepared to issue my key considerations, but I feel like everybody should be prepared. And as we go through them, we'll vote yes or no and proceed that way.
Is there everyone in favor of moving in that fashion? Go through every application and then see if we have some key considerations to add.
One thought, well, I don't know if that's where it's kind of, what are key considerations? Do we say, oh, that's a lot of money? Or, what I'm getting at. And to me, one thing, and I think it's fine to expect the project selection board to look at all these. I don't know that that will be possible. So that's where I'm just wondering if you look at the first few sentences of the project description or something, and we put that in for everyone. I don't know. That kind of gets back to what I was saying before, but it is just, it's not us paraphrasing or picking things. It's just the consistent statement by the applicant.
So maybe we just stick to the contingencies we've already agreed upon and any comments made that are on the record from previous discussion to be the considerations beyond what the application says.
Well, and let's see, I don't know, I'm throwing that idea out there, but I don't know if that's fair between all of the applications.
Yeah, and which document do you take what from? Because everybody kind of put in something different and use different documents. So,
Well, most of them have a project description heading,
yeah.
but some of them were more narrative that glommed everything together, so.
Yeah, so how do you?
I'm just trying to think of to get
Right.
something out of you.
Yep.
I mean, for example, Goose Point says the project is to install approximately 3,500 linear feet of living shoreline on the northern coast of Lake Pontchartrain at Goose Point near Lacombe. That would be helpful to me if I hadn't had a chance to look at the.
Why would you not read through your stuff?
I don't know.
Lisa?
I think we need to assume that they
Yeah.
are fulfilling their responsibility.
Yeah, some of them aren't as concise. So. Anyway. So what was your proposal, Scott, just for us to walk through as a group and?
Well, and that is, if we did want to walk through as a group and put in, basically it would be the key considerations part. I mean, the rest of it is stuff that I can enter off of the applications themselves. So if we want to have key considerations, or, if that's something maybe you want to be prepared to discuss at the project selection board, should they have questions, say, that's when we provide that information. I'm open to anything. Just trying to find an objective way to do this.
speak now or forever hold your peace. I mean, to me, it's kind of like, we need to probably solidify at least before, I mean, I would think possibly the information should be sent to the project selection board before the meeting. So we're either going to figure out what it is today or have another meeting and get it figured out if it's something over and above what we discussed today. I just think there were some projects that I was
Yeah.
familiar with that I added points about, and there's other projects that I wasn't. So I don't know if going back to the minutes. of the
Okay, well,
meetings-
Yeah.
what
and
if I'm sorry, go ahead then.
I don't necessarily agree with Amy by utilizing the minutes, because if there was a project that no one had any dispute on the ranking and it was, then we didn't discuss it. We just moved on. And so if we only use meeting minutes, then those projects that we didn't discuss, that we were all in alignment with, wouldn't have any opportunity to have any keynotes or whatever noted about their project, because we were all in agreement. So it seems like that would be a disadvantage to those projects.
Then what about if we do this? Altering this document again. Killing more trees yet again. Taking off scalability and key considerations on the back. And just putting underneath where it says request matching funds, percentage match. Then just a little spot there for scalability, to where basically it's a checkbox, or I can add more information, and then having the score. Then when we come to the project selection board meeting, during the discussion, we can provide those comments as we see fit for each one of the projects, if they ask.
I'm fine with that, but how are they going to get the information about the contingencies that we stated? Because some of them are important, like how will they get that information? Will it be on that form, or is it going to be?
We could make the contingency, the deadline for contingencies the day before the meeting. And that way we have that information, or the grant is deficient. As long as we have, 2 weeks before our meeting, give them a sufficient amount of time.
So if they, okay, let's say a project, it's contingent upon getting a grant, the NACA grant or something. And then in that 2 weeks time, they don't get the grant, but because they haven't found out yet. So they just get scratched from the list.
I think it would
Or-
depend, again, this would be up to the project selection board, I would imagine. But as long as you have some letter stating, either your grant has been received and a deadline of blah, will be announced, or something sufficient to show that you have an application or you have some anticipation of funding may be sufficient. Or they may just say, no, that goes to the bottom of our list.
Because some of them might become ineligible without that contingency being
Right.
met. And some might just be more favorable and some might, you know what I mean?
Correct.
So do we wait until the actual meeting and tell the project selection board, yeah, we had these contingencies, but they didn't meet them?
No, we have to have a deadline prior to our meeting. And quite frankly, they already had that deadline. We're giving grace in whatever we deem 2 weeks or whatever, giving them additional opportunity to provide that information. We have a comment from the public.
Owen Best of LDWF. In regards to the potential grant coming in time, there is language in the pre-application and the application stating that there is a grace period of 12 months for you to receive that grant if LOF funding is used as match. So I would not necessarily be able to get my NACA approval letter in that 2-week period, but we do have language in there that says there is a grace period if there is a grant involved. So I just want to clarify that way. We don't get kicked out just because we don't have that letter yet when it was in the, otherwise I wouldn't have submitted,
Yeah, as long as you have the letter saying that you've submitted or something on those lines. Yes.
We're kind of going back and forth a little bit about changing this part here with the the match requested funds and all and the scalability kind of becomes sort of important. I wonder if it would be helpful for the selection board if we were to ask the applicants to maybe give us either a dollar figure or a percentage of minimum amount that makes the project viable. Like, in other words, if they say, yes, it's scalable, but if it's only, say 20% of it, then that's not really, worth doing, or, something to that effect. So that the selection board will know, well, they need at least this much, if not the full amount.
And I remember reading through the documents that had scalability. They had
They
some
had a breakdown in
description
there.
and not a breakdown, but
Yeah.
they had a discussion. And that's why I was talking about copying their language on
Mhm.
scalability. And that way I'm not interpreting it. I'm just copying their language and putting it in the document.
I
But
guess that's what I was saying. Maybe if we asked them and then it would just be a line item here that's easy to summarize instead of flipping through all the pages to find. Yeah, the information might be in there in some of them, but it might not be readily available based on the format that they submitted in. It was just a thought that I had because we kind of kept talking about how to
Yeah.
quantify that. Maybe just ask them to say, well, is there a minimum amount, if it is scalable, that you would have to make it viable?
I just think that could be challenging
It could be, but
to come up with
I'm
what
just
that
spitballing.
minimum amount is. you
Yeah,
know,
I understand.
and would this be the best time or once project selection board actually decides to look at them? And I don't know, how many in the top 10 or 15 or 20 have scalability. I don't remember.
And where is that in the application or where is it that we ask, is the project scaled?
I don't know that we had a specific spot, and I just remember reading it in various places throughout their
Right,
applications.
but to be fair, that if now we're saying you have to have scalability,
I don't think you have to. We're just saying define your scalability so that project selection board can utilize it.
right, I guess I was thinking earlier when we talked about it, that my sense was that you were saying, if you didn't say your project was scalable, we can't ask them.
Correct. I don't think you can.
Right, but if we didn't ask people can this be scalable?
Oh, I think it did
That's what
somewhere
I'm
in
trying to
the,
find.
We did. We had it in the project description. So it said applicants should also describe the ability for the project to be scaled up or down.
Okay,
It
okay,
is in
that's what
there.
I just couldn't find it, and I wanted to make sure that we did. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we just didn't ask them to quantify the scalability.
Uh-huh. Mhm.
And
Yeah,
that would be
yeah, I
very
can scale it.
advantageous to know what, to what extent could it be scaled?
So I think
Yeah,
if
I
you
think
just
it's an
say,
after the
they indicated they could be scalable, and then if they said up or down, you can say up or down, and then if they like the project, but they don't like the amount and they want to scale it, then the project selection board can go from there and take it in contact. They can ask for the additional information.
Scalable, yes.
They can, yeah.
Yeah, when I've been involved in projects and they've come back, we've asked for X amount, and they come back and they've said, here's what we can give you. Let us know what you can do with that. If you can still fulfill the project, if it's a percentage of what's different. So,
so basically change the document to say scalable, yes or no.
Mhm. Yeah. Because that might keep somebody who would have been kicked out of the running in the running by the project selection board. So it's important for them to know, and if they want to explore details financially, and that, I think they can do that.
Okay, so as I remember it, we will give a deadline for the contingencies prior to the project selection board tab meeting. We will alter this document to have a scalability yes or no underneath the percentage match or somewhere in that general vicinity. And then I will go back through these things one more time and look for scalability.
Don't say that or it'll happen.
Do we need a motion for that? Approval to modify the document again?
Sure, I would like to know that, have the,
I'm just. to
no,
be
I agree,
official,
I
I'm
agree.
just-
Do
so
I have,
I'm
a-
so moved to make those adjustments.
do I have a second?
Second.
Any opposition to that? Okay. And then, so we're gonna do 2 weeks on the, is that the, good enough, everybody, 2 weeks for the contingencies? Do you think that is sufficient?
Are there, I mean, could we, so the contingencies are,
Letters of funding
right.
and letters of
And that
partnership or whatever.
seems fine. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody who feels like that's not. a-
Anybody in the audience feel like 2 weeks is too little time to get your contingency letters? Sure, come to the mic over there, state your name and your affiliation.
Me now? Yeah. Dylan Asher with Elos Environmental. My concern is regards to funding that's derived from Restore Act funds. So in the case of our project, and this is money that's already allotted to the parish, the project's already been added to their multi-year implementation plan. They just have to formally apply for the use of those funds. Would they require contingency in the case of Restore Act funding, or is that something that you guys would exclude from those types of considerations?
I don't remember if that was one of the specific applications that we requested contingency from, but if you have a letter of award or something along those lines, that would be sufficient.
So would its inclusion in the multi-year implementation plan be sufficient in this case?
Yes,
Thank
in
you.
my opinion. So 2 weeks? We can even go 2 weeks from Friday. I don't care.
Let's do that.
Okay, 2 weeks from Friday. Gives them a little bit of extra time.
But Angela doesn't have to stay late tonight.
That's right. Okay. So we are finalizing these rankings are final. Our document has been roughed up yet again and final. We have a deadline for the contingencies. Is there any other action necessary on this?
Yes, I have a request, and maybe we can vote on this as a group. But when we do meet with the project selection board, I know, and correct me if this is outside of our purview, but I feel like we have some very large projects with the big ask from the LOF funds, and then there are some smaller projects that may not have the same resources or may not be requesting the same amount of money, but maybe we can ask that they try to form some sort of balance in their consideration between large, big projects and smaller funded projects. But I don't know how everybody else feels about that.
Yeah, I think I have a little bit of hesitation because our task is to evaluate and rank. Their task by the legislation is to decide where it goes. So I feel like we'd be overstepping a bit, but that's just my opinion. Definitely, definitely.
And I'd like to say I serve on the project selection board, so I'd be happy to ask.
Yeah, there you go. Before, I do have one other question for Cole Garrett since he stepped back in the room. We did have a question about public documents. And what of this information before us is a public document and can be requested, and how could it be requested? Like our personal score sheets or the combined score sheet, or?
My anticipation was, so you've got in your, I guess what are we calling this? The program manual. There is an appendix A that is the full application scoring sheet. I would assume that we're going to utilize that to convey the scores to the project selection board. That's its purpose. It's at the very back of your program manual. I would consider that to be the final document. I know for some of the scores that were submitted, they have not been a public record because we didn't want the submissions to skew the way that you as individuals scored them. And so they were not public. Y'all have had some deliberations here. I wasn't present for all of it, but some of that may have changed. So again, I think that your final scores are going to be recorded on those score sheets and be transmitted to the project selection board. And that would be what I would consider to be the final document, along with any of the other contingencies or scalability determinations that y'all come up with. Yes, absolutely. That would be public.
Now, was that scoring sheet actually part of the NOI, and is that basically set in stone because that's what we just changed up over here?
I'm just looking, it was published on our website as part of the program manual. The manual was not adopted as rules and regulations. The manual was the document that kind of took the rules and regulations and implemented into it. So no, certainly the changes that y'all made to that document is going to be whatever
Okay, good.
y'all are utilizing here.
And we voted on it. Thank you very much.
So, and the way public records requests can come in, we have a link on our website for public records request portal. It's on our homepage, wlf.la.gov. They can come in through there. We'll be happy to, I'll get with Angela and we'll get them out when those requests come.
Thank you.
We could, so when we did the pre-applications, what we did is we scanned all of the sheets from the scoring and we just put them on the website.
And
So we
that's
could do the
easy
same
enough.
thing.
Yep. Saves me from having to go through public records requests. It's great.
Yes. And so the appendix A that he's referencing, that's your scoring criteria that you have on that front page. That's all those items. So it will be covered in this scoring sheet.
Correct. Yeah, it's been modified.
So there was a question, just like the gentleman from Lake Charles was saying, how did you come up with my score, or where did I come up short? I think applicants appreciate feedback on how their project was scored and what didn't go well. I mean, is that going to be produced, or I don't know how? I mean, we have the minutes where we discuss certain ones, but
No, and I think we've, through this process, we've encouraged people to listen in, to go through the minutes, to rewatch these meetings, and basically they're seeing us work through these ourselves and some of that deliberative process. So I don't know how else you put that out there, but hopefully they're working through it with us.
yeah, as a sidebar, I was thinking it might be nice before the next application round to have a workshop for applicants where we walk through and clarify it means this detail or it doesn't or whatever. I mean, we've talked about doing a debrief and maybe modifying the manual based on that, but it's just a thought for future
Oh, definitely.
consideration. Might help there.
Okay. Any other comments or actions necessary?
Did we make a determination on the key considerations portion?
Yes, we were not going to do that. Basically, we're taking that off, and then at the joint meeting, if asked, we will provide that information.
Thank you.
Are we obligated to provide an assessment? Or is this considered the scoring and assessment right here?
Yeah, this is our evaluation. Any other questions? Any other comments from the board? Yeah, I was about to ask for public comment. And now public comment.
There we go. Tina Wilson, GIS Engineering. I just wanted to ask the public sheet, the scoring sheet that you would provide, does that include the requested amount from LOF and the total project amount? Okay, thank you.
Any other public comments or questions from the public?
Hey, I just wanted to take the opportunity, since I am here, for the Port Fourchon project. I can't remember if I put the scalability. It's not ringing any bells. It is absolutely scalable because 100% of the funding is going to construction, so it can be easily scaled up or down. So I don't know if that, since if it's not in the application, you can take that into consideration, but it is scalable.
Can I ask which Port Fourchon project you're referring to?
I don't have the number, but it's the Port Fourchon Terracing and Living Shoreline project.
I will read through them all and look for scalability. Some statement of scalability. Any other questions or public comment? All right, I want to thank the TAB for all their hard work. I know that was many hours of reading and working through these applications and scoring. So I really appreciate the time you put into it. Looking through the scores, and you can see, there were some changes here and there, but there was some consistency as well that showed that, you weren't just picking and choosing, you were actually considering these thoughtfully. And I appreciate your time and thank you for your efforts. And for people who put in the applications, really appreciate it. This is all part of an effort to get conservation out there. So we appreciate everything that y'all are doing as well. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, wait. we have
Prior
comment.
to that, I'd just like to thank Angela for.
Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah. Thank you, Angela. Entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, nope.
Wanted to mention that, and I don't know if this is really for discussion now, but to think about what other funding pots are out there that may fund some of these projects. I know that's not the task of the TAB, but I'm just thinking of the IIJA and IRA monies right now and how well some of these projects would fit with that as a part of their funding or total funding. And, trying to find some concise, if there's a website to send people to, or a few websites we could recommend that are a good source for that information.
Sounds like a good job for TNC.
Mhm. I'm trying to think is there in the state like a clearinghouse for IIJA or IRA stuff? Because I know it covers so many different things, but okay, there's not. What about through code?
So in the governor's office, each governor has a infrastructure coordinator that does IIJ work. Within the office of the governor is Jackson Wright. I'm happy to provide his contact information.
Sure. that'd be
He
great.
also sends out a very regular
Mhm.
newsletter blast that I think has a lot of opportunities in it as well.
What's his last name?
Wright, Jackson Wright.
What's his email? No, I'm kidding.
Cell phone.
But that would be good maybe to, in the letters to applicants, share that. Not now, but when we make our final decision.
Any other comments? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
So does this mean that your meeting tomorrow and Friday is canceled?
Yes. Lisa wants to meet again. Entertain a motion to adjourn. Got a motion. Do
Good
I have a
job,
second?
Scott. Second, that was great.
Have a motion and a second. We're adjourned. Thank y'all.
I'm gonna keep these forever. I'll shred them and use them as mulch. I'm gonna shred them and use them in mulch, as mulch in the